Dragonstone is quiet tonight, and I, Rhaenyra Targaryen, cannot sleep. The Iron Throne was promised to me when I was a girl, but let me tell you what that promise took before it could be kept. Subscribe to walk with me through this long night, and join me on Patreon where the fire never goes out. Close your eyes. Even dragons must rest. Chapter 1. The Black Shore is empty at this hour. I walk where the sand is still warm, even in the coldest part of the night. The volcanic heart of this island never sleeps, and neither do I. Not anymore. Not since the raven came, and then the second raven, and then the third, each one carrying a weight heavier than the last. My father, my throne, my son. I have not slept a full night since any of it. Someday I will have to explain Dragonstone to someone who has never stood on it. The weight of the stone, the way the fortress does not sit on the island but grows out of it, shaped by Valyrian hands so long ago that even my father could not say when. The sea is black at night. The sand is black always, and beneath it, heat. You can feel it through your boots. The earth here is alive in a way that the earth on the mainland is not. This island remembers fire. I have walked this shore 1,000 times. As a girl, I ran here. Syrax would land where the rocks break the surf, her yellow scales catching the light, and I would climb onto her back before anyone could tell me I should not. She was small then, barely larger than a horse, still growing into the she-dragon she would become. We both were small. We both believed the world was ours. The first time I flew, I thought I had discovered something that no one else knew. The sky belonged to me. The wind answered when I called. Below us, Dragonstone shrank until it was a dark jewel on a dark sea, and I understood for the first time what it meant to be Targaryen. Not duty, not inheritance, not the Iron Throne, or the court, or the endless politics of succession. Just fire and wing and the impossible fact of flight. Just a girl and her dragon, and the world falling away beneath them. I was loved then. I did not yet know that love could be taken away. I did not yet know that the things you love become the things the world uses against you. A dragon is a weapon. A name is a claim. A mother is a sacrifice waiting to happen. I learned all of this, but not yet. Not on that first flight. My mother died in a room I was not allowed to enter. I do not remember who told me. A servant, perhaps, or a maester, hurrying past with blood on his sleeves. I remember the corridor outside her chambers. I remember the cries from within, my mother's voice, high and terrible, and then silence, and then a different kind of sound, the thin wail of a newborn, and then more silence, the kind of silence that fills a room and presses against your ears and tells you something is wrong before anyone speaks the words. My father chose the child over the mother, the son, the heir he had always wanted. That is what they told me later, that the maesters asked him to choose, save the queen or save the child, and he chose the child. The boy lived one day, my brother Bailen. I never held him. No one let me see him either. One day of life, and then the small body was wrapped in Targaryen black, and then the pyre. I have wondered, in the years since, whether my father regretted the choice, whether he lay awake at night, as I lie awake now, thinking about what he had traded for, what? A wife for a son, and then the son for nothing. I was still there. I was still his daughter, but I was not the heir he wanted. I was the heir he had left. I spoke the word for my mother, not for him. Dracarys. The funeral was here, on this shore. The pyre was built on the black sand, driftwood and oil and cloth, and the body of my mother wrapped in Targaryen colors. Syrax's fire was the flame. My father told me to give the command. I was 14 years old, and my hands were shaking and my voice was steady. I do not know how. I looked at the pyre and I thought of my mother's voice, her hands, the way she smelled of lavender and sea salt, and I opened my mouth and the word came out. Do you see how it begins? The throne took my mother before it ever gave me anything, and even then, I did not understand. I thought it was tragedy. I thought it was the kind of loss that happens once, and then life goes on, and you carry the grief like a stone in your pocket. I did not know it was the first of many. I did not know the throne had a hunger that would never be satisfied. After the fire, my father named me his heir. The lords of Westeros knelt in the throne room of the Red Keep, on the cold stone floor beneath the Iron Throne itself, and they swore to uphold my claim. Daemon, my uncle, was not present. He had left King's Landing by then, exiled from court by his own words and his own choices. He had been the heir before me. He had expected to remain the heir. And my father, without warning him, without even speaking to him first, had given away the thing Daemon had built his identity around. I had not asked for this. I had not wanted this. I wanted my mother back. I wanted to be a daughter, not a princess, not an heir, not a claim. But a girl does not get to refuse a king, and a daughter does not get to refuse a father who is trying, in his way, to make amends for choosing wrong. So I stood in the throne room, and I accepted the Lord's oaths, and I became, in the eyes of the realm, the future queen. I believed him when he said he was choosing me. I believed the promise was a gift. I know now that a promise made in grief is a chain, not a gift. I know that my father was not choosing me over Daemon out of love. He was choosing me because he could not bear to look at the brother who had defied him one time too many. Daemon had mocked my dead brother. He had called Baelin the heir for a day. My father could not forgive that, so he named me his daughter, his remaining child. Not because he believed in me, but because he needed to punish Daemon. I was the alternative, not the answer. It took me years to understand this, years of wearing the title like armor, believing it meant I was special, chosen, worthy. And all the while, I was a pawn in a game between two brothers, my father and my uncle, each using me to wound the other. The throne does not care about the feelings of children. The throne does not care that a girl of 14, freshly motherless, cannot possibly understand the weight of what is being placed on her shoulders. The throne only cares about the line, the succession, the blood, the name. Everything else is expendable. And still, I wore the title, Princess of Dragonstone, heir to the Iron Throne. The words felt warm. I did not yet know how cold they would become. The shore is changing as the tide moves. The sea reaches higher up the sand, swallowing the marks my feet have left. I watch the water erase my path, and I think about how easy it is to lose the evidence of where you have been. The sand forgets. The sea forgets. Only the stone remembers. Only the fortress, looming black against the dark sky, keeps a record of everything that has happened within its walls. I leave the shore, and begin the long climb back up to the fortress. Syrax is in the caves beneath. I can feel her there, a warmth in the back of my mind that never fades, a presence that has been with me since I was a child. She is sleeping, or something like it. Dragons do not sleep the way humans sleep. They drift, aware, waiting. She knows I am walking. She knows I am grieving. She does not stir, because she understands that some griefs must be walked through alone. She is the only part of my inheritance that has never asked for anything in return. The price, I am beginning to understand, was already being paid before I knew I was paying it. The throne had already taken my mother. It had already begun to reshape my father into a man who made choices out of guilt rather than love. It had already made me into something I had not chosen to be. And this was only the beginning. This was the shore. This was the first step of a journey I did not know I was taking. The fortress gates open before me. The torches inside throw orange light against the black stone. I step through, and the night swallows me, and I keep walking. I pause at the threshold and look back once. The black shore stretches below, the tide erasing the last traces of my passage. The sea is infinite and dark. Somewhere out there, beyond the horizon, King's Landing is sleeping or waking or burning. I do not know. I have not been there since my father died. I do not know when I will see it again. When I do, it will be as a conqueror or a corpse. There is no third option. The throne does not allow for compromise. It never has. You win or you die. And I have been dying by inches for years. Perhaps it is time to win. Chapter 2. The corridors of Dragonstone are narrow and high. The stone drinks torchlight but gives nothing back. I walk with one hand trailing the wall, feeling the ancient joins where Valyrian masons fitted block to block without mortar. My ancestors built places to last through fire and flood and the end of everything. They did not build them for comfort. They built them to endure. There is a window seat carved into the stone where the corridor widens, looking out over the sea. I sat here as a girl, reading histories by candlelight, dreaming of the world beyond the narrow sea. Tonight, I sit here again, and the stone is cold beneath me, and I am not a girl. I am a woman who has been crowned and betrayed and widowed of 2 husbands and bereaved of children and friends. And the histories I read now are the ones I am living. I am remembering a different window, a different book, a different girl beside me. Alicent. Her name still catches in my throat. After everything, after the years of cold courtesy and colder silence, after her son took my throne, while my father's body was still warm, after the Green Council moved against me before I even knew my father was dead, after all of it, her name still sounds like the girl I loved, not the queen who stands against me. This is the cruelty of memory. It preserves what you wish it would erase. We were young together. That was real. Whatever else the histories will write, let them write that. Rhaenyra and Alicent were young together, and they loved each other. And then the world asked them to choose between that love and everything else. The histories will record the war, and the dragons, and the succession. They will not record the afternoon we spent beneath the weirwood tree, reading aloud to each other, her voice soft and careful over the old words. They will not record how she laughed when I made faces at the boring parts. They will not record the way her hand felt in mine, cool and dry and certain, as if we had always been meant to find each other. she showed me a page from a book about Nymeria, the warrior queen who burned her ships and led her people across the sea. 10,000 ships, the histories say. 10,000, and she commanded them all. I had torn the page myself during a lesson with the Septa. I had been restless, angry about some small thing, and the page had come away in my hand. The edges were still careful and clean, the paper old enough to separate cleanly. Allison had kept it. She held it out to me now like a secret, her fingers careful on the paper, as if it were precious. We were sitting beneath the weirwood in the Red Keep, and the red leaves were falling around us like drops of blood, and the light through the branches was dappled and warm. She did not wait for anyone to give her a kingdom, Allison said. And I looked at her face, the intensity there, the longing, and I thought, she is telling me something important. But I was young, and I was the heir to the Iron Throne, and I had never had to want for a kingdom, because one had been given to me. So I nodded, and I smiled, and I did not understand. I understand now. She was telling me who she wanted to be. She was showing me the woman she would become, the woman who would not wait, who would act, who would seize what the world tried to deny her. And I was too comfortable, too secure in my inheritance, to see that the woman who wanted to be Nymeria would not stay in my shadow forever. My father married her when I was 15. He told me in a way that left no room for discussion. The realm needs stability, he said. An heir is not enough. I must have more children. He did not say, I am lonely. He did not say, I am sorry. He said, the realm. And I understood, with a clarity that felt like a blade, that even my father's grief belonged to the throne. I did not cry in front of him. I learned early not to cry in front of my father. He could not bear it. Tears made him feel guilty, and guilt made him make promises he could not keep, and I did not need more promises. I needed my friend back. I needed the girl who had shown me Nymeria, not to become the woman who bore the sons who would threaten my claim. But the world does not care what you need. Chapter 2. Allison became my stepmother before she stopped being my friend. That is the cruelty of it. There was no clean break, no single argument that ended things. She was still there, in the Red Keep, in the corridors, at meals. She still smiled at me in passing, but the smile had changed. It had duty behind it now, calculation, her father's voice in her ear, telling her what was at stake. And then she had a son, Aegon, then a daughter, Helena, then another son, Aemond. And then I understood, fully and finally, that the throne did not care about friendship. The throne had its own cold mathematics. Claimants plus dragons equals war, and everything else. Every shared laugh, every whispered secret, every afternoon beneath the weirwood was just waiting. I tried to hate her. It would have been easier. Hatred is clean. Hatred gives you a shape to push against. But I could not hate her, because when I looked at her, I still saw the girl who had held my hand. I still saw the page I had torn, and she had kept. I still heard her voice saying Nymeria's name with something like wonder. The friend I loved had not disappeared. She had been buried under years of duty, under the weight of her father's ambition, under the terrible, simple fact that she was a mother now, and mothers choose their children over everything. I could not fault her for choosing her children. I would have done the same. I have done the same. That is the tragedy of it. We were both right. by our own lights, and being right did not save either of us. I let her go because I had to, because holding on was more painful than releasing, because every conversation became a negotiation, and every glance was weighed for hidden meaning, and I was tired. So tired of watching a friendship die by inches. So I stopped trying. I stopped seeking her out in the corridors. I stopped sending her books I thought she would like. I stopped hoping that she would appear at my door one evening and say, "I have made a mistake. Let us go back." She never did, and I never asked. That is the saddest part, perhaps, that neither of us was brave enough to cross the distance we had allowed to grow. She was bound by duty and fear and her father's ambition. I was bound by pride and pain and the certainty that I was right. So we let the silence harden into something permanent. We let the friendship become a memory, and then we let the memory become a weapon, each of us using it to justify our choices, our loyalties, our willingness to go to war. I was lying when I said it was her loss, not mine. It was both of ours. It was everyone's. If Alicent and I had found a way to stay together, to trust each other, to refuse to let the court divide us, the dance of the dragons might never have happened. The succession would have been settled peacefully. My sons and her sons would have grown up as cousins, not enemies. Luke would still be alive. But we did not find that way. We were too young, and then we were too entrenched, and the throne does not reward reconciliation. It rewards division. It feeds on conflict. It took our friendship and it used it to start a war. Sometimes I dream of her still. Not the queen she became, the girl, the one who loved books and history and me. In the dream, we are beneath the weirwood, and the leaves are red, and she is smiling, and nothing has gone wrong yet. And then I wake, and Dragonstone is dark around me, and I remember that the girl in the dream is gone, buried or transformed or simply worn away by time and politics and the demands of power. I do not know. I will never know. The stone is very cold beneath my hands. I wonder sometimes whether she thinks of me, whether the queen in the Red Keep, Alicent Hightower, mother of the usurper, queen who stood with the coup that stole my birthright, ever stands at a window of her own and remembers the girl beneath the weirwood, whether she has convinced herself that I was always her enemy, or whether some part of her knows that we were both destroyed by the same machine. The throne does not care which of us sits it. It consumes whoever comes near. It consumed her father Otto, who spent his life scheming for power and will die, I suspect, still scheming, still unsatisfied. It consumed my father, whose body was devoured piece by piece. It consumed the friendship that might have sustained us both through everything that followed. I do not know if I will ever speak to her again. If I take King's Landing, when I take King's Landing, she will be my prisoner, or my subject, or my enemy in chains. I do not know which of those I prefer. I do not know if there is a version of this story where we sit in a quiet room and talk, as we did when we were girls, about anything that is not war. I suspect there is not. I suspect that version of the story ended the day my father married her, or the day her son was born, or the day my father died, and she chose her children over her oath, over me. But the girl I remember did not want a war. She wanted to be seen. She wanted to matter. She wanted to be Nymeria, leading her people across the sea. And I think in the end, that is what she became. She led her people across a different sea, the sea of politics, the tide of succession. and she chose a side, and she committed to it. I cannot forgive her for what that choice cost me, but I can understand it. And understanding, I am discovering, is a colder comfort than I expected. I rise from the window seat. The corridor stretches ahead, dark and narrow. Somewhere in the fortress, the torches gutter in their sconces. Somewhere, the sea beats against the black rocks. Somewhere, my enemies are sleeping or scheming or both. I walk on and I do not look back at the window. I have already spent too long looking back. Chapter 3. There is a room in Dragonstone that I have not entered since the raven came. It is the chamber where my sons slept when they were small. Jace and Luke and Joff. The cradles are still there, 3 of them, pushed against the far wall, draped in linen to keep off the dust. The sea light comes through the high windows, gray and thin, and picks out the shapes of things left behind. A small wooden dragon, carved from driftwood, its wings worn smooth by years of small hands. A blanket embroidered with the 3-headed dragon of our house, the threads faded, but still holding their pattern. A shelf of books that no one has read since the boys outgrew them. Histories, mostly, and 1 volume of Valyrian poetry that I used to read aloud because the sound of the old tongue helped them sleep. I pick up the wooden dragon. It fits in my palm, smaller than I remembered. Or perhaps my hands have grown. Jace carried it everywhere when he was 3 years old. He would not sleep without it clutched against his chest. If we tried to take it from him, he would cry. Not a tantrum, but a soft, heartbroken weeping that made you feel as if you had committed some terrible crime. He was always gentle, Jace, even as a babe. Even before he understood that gentleness was a risk for a boy whose very existence was a political statement. Harwin carved it for him. Harwin. I have not spoken his name aloud in a long time. It feels dangerous, even now, in this empty room with only the sea light for company. The danger is not political anymore. Harwin is dead, and the dead cannot be used against me. Not by the Greens, not by anyone. The danger is that speaking his name opens a door I have kept locked, and behind that door is everything I allowed myself to feel before I understood that feeling was a vulnerability. He was the commander of the City Watch, my sworn protector. He was not a lord in the way that mattered to the court. His father was Lionel Strong, Lord of Harrenhal and Hand of the King. But Harwin himself was simply competent at his duties, and kind in a manner that powerful men rarely are. He did not want anything from me except my company. He did not look at me and see the Iron Throne. He looked at me and saw a woman who was tired of being seen as a claim. I do not know how to convey what that meant. Every other man who came near me wanted the crown. They looked at me and calculated the succession, the alliances, the dragons, the power. They saw a route to the throne, and I was the road. Harwin saw me. The difference was the difference between drowning and breathing. With him, I could be Rhaenyra, not the princess, not the heir, not the realm's delight, just a woman who laughed at his jokes and argued with him about history and let him hold her when the weight of everything became too much. Our sons were born one after another. Jace first, my heir, my serious boy, the one who bore the weight of expectation before he could walk. Then Luke, bright-eyed and eager, always trying to keep up with his older brother, always wanting to prove himself. Then Joff, the baby, born into a world that was already whispering about his parentage before he could speak his own name. Each birth was a joy and a terror. Joy because I loved them instantly, completely, in a way that made every love I had felt before seem like the shallow water at the edge of a deep sea. Terror because I knew, even as I held them, that they would be used against me. Their hair was brown, Harwin's brown, strong brown. Their faces were strong faces. Everyone at court could see it. Everyone whispered, and every whisper was a threat. Rhaenyra knew. Of course he knew. My husband, the father the world saw, he stood beside me at every birth, steady, calm, playing the role with a grace I did not deserve. He held Jace before Harwin did, because that was the role we had agreed he would play. He was the first to touch our sons' faces, the first to speak their names in public, the first to smile for the court and say, "A fine Valyrian boy," while everyone pretended not to notice the brown hair and the pug nose and the complete absence of any Valyrian feature. Rhaenyra loved me in his own way, not as a wife, not in the manner the Septons would recognize, not with the hunger that men are supposed to feel for the women they marry. His heart belonged to men, and mine belonged to a man I could not claim publicly. And we made a pact, he and I. We would protect each other. We would protect the boys. We would make the lie work because the alternative was destruction. For us. For the children. For everyone who depended on our alliance. Chapter 3. And it worked. For years, it functioned. We were not unhappy. Rhaenyra had his companions, and I had Harwin, and the boys had two parents who loved them, even if the world only saw one. It was not the life I had imagined as a girl, reading romances beneath the weirwood tree with Alicent. But it was a life. It was my life. And I had learned, by then, that the life you get is never the life you imagined. Then Harwin died. The fire at Harrenhal. I will not pretend I know exactly what happened. I know that Larys Strong, Harwin's own brother, a man whose loyalty has always been for sale to the highest bidder, was involved. I know that the fire was not an accident. I know that Harwin and his father died together, in the same night, in the same flames, and that someone profited from their deaths. The Greens, perhaps, or Larys himself, clearing the path to the lordship of Harrenhal. The details do not matter. What matters is that the father of my sons was gone, and I could not grieve him. A princess cannot weep for a man who was not her husband. A princess cannot attend his funeral. A princess cannot even admit in public that she loved him. So I stood in the throne room when the news arrived, and I received it with a face of stone, and I did not let anyone see me break. And then I went to my chambers, and I locked the door, and I held Jace and Luke and Joff, 3 boys who had just lost the man they knew as a warm presence, a gentle voice, a pair of strong arms that lifted them onto his shoulders. And I told them their father was safe. Their father, Rhaenyra, was still here. And I did not say the name of the man they had truly lost, because they were too young to understand, and because speaking his name aloud was too dangerous. After Harwin's death, Rhaenyra and I continued the bargain we had made. We stood beside one another in public, protected the boys as best we could, and kept private grief behind closed doors. He knew what Harwin had meant to our household, Just as I knew the names and affections he could never speak openly at court, we did not need to pretend that our marriage was a romance in order to understand its kindness. The world had given each of us a role that left little room for honesty, so we offered one another what room we could. It was imperfect shelter, but for a time it was shelter. When Rhaenyra himself left, not dead, not truly, but gone across the sea to a life I hope was kinder than this one, I understood that the throne had claimed something else from me. Not a person this time exactly. It had claimed the possibility of honesty. I could not love openly without endangering the people I loved. I could not mourn openly without confirming the rumors that surrounded my sons. Every genuine emotion was a liability. Every real feeling was a weapon waiting to be turned against me. I set the wooden dragon back on the shelf. It sits there, a little crooked, as if waiting for a child's hand to straighten it. The room is silent. The sea light has shifted, a little paler now, the first distant hint of the dawn that is still hours away. Harwin never saw Joff walk. That is the thought that comes to me now, unbidden. He was gone before our youngest took his first steps. He never heard Jace recite the Valyrian histories, or watched Luke learn to ride. All the small triumphs of their childhood, the first words, the first flights on Dragonback, the first time they understood that they were princes, with all the weight and wonder that title carries. Harwin saw none of it. He gave them life, and then he was taken from them, abruptly, completely, by a fire that was not an accident. And I was left to raise them in a world that would always see them as a question to be answered, a weakness to be exploited. I do not know if I did enough. I do not know if any mother ever knows. I gave them love. I gave them education. I gave them dragons, because a Targaryen without a dragon is a target, and I could not bear to make them targets. I fought for their inheritance, their names, their right to exist without apology, and still the whispers followed us. Still Aemond called them bastards. Still the court looked at their brown hair and their strong faces and judged them before they had spoken a word. And now Luke is dead, my second son, my eager boy, my child who wanted nothing more than to prove himself worthy, dead in the sea off Storm's End, because I sent him there, because I asked him to be an envoy when he was still a boy, because I believed, hoped, desperately, that even my enemies would not harm a child. I set the wooden dragon back on the shelf and I let my hand rest there for a moment, on the worn wood, on the memory of small fingers and bright eyes and a voice saying, "Mama, look, Jace and Joff are somewhere in the fortress, sleeping, or trying to. Jace, my heir, my serious boy who is no longer a boy. Joff, my youngest, who has already lost one brother and does not yet know how many more he stands to lose. Luke is not sleeping. Luke will never sleep again." I leave the nursery and I close the door behind me. I do not look back. I cannot. If I look back, I will see 3 cradles and 2 sons left to fill them. And I am not ready to feel that yet. One loss at a time. One step at a time. The night is still long, and I have more ground to cover. Chapter 4. The causeway between the stone drum and the sea dragon tower is the coldest place on Dragonstone. Wind comes off the narrow sea with nothing to break it. It cuts through cloak and cloth and skin. It finds the places where grief has made you hollow and fills them with salt and cold. I walk it because I walked it once before, in the other direction, carrying something that felt like hope, or at least like the possibility of safety. When I left King's Landing with my family, I told myself it was a strategic withdrawal. The court had become uninhabitable. Alicent's sons were growing older, more confident, more aware of what their existence implied for my position. Aegon, cruel in the casual way of boys who have never been told no. Aemond, burning with a resentment that had started the night he claimed Vhagar and lost an eye to my son's knife. The whispers about my children had become open taunts. The halls of the Red Keep were thick with scheming, and I could feel the danger pressing in from all sides. The fight on Driftmark was the breaking point. Aemon called my sons bastards. Jace defended himself. Luke, my Luke, who was always small for his age, always trying to be as brave as his brother. Luke picked up a knife, and when it was over, Aemond was missing an eye, and the Greens were demanding punishment. And I looked at Alicent across a room full of blood and fury, and I saw, for the first time, that there was no going back. The friendship was dead. The politics had won. So I retreated here. Dragonstone was meant to be sanctuary, the ancestral seat, the first piece of Westeros that Aegon the Conqueror ever claimed. This island is where my bloodline planted its flag before there was an iron throne to sit. I told myself that distance was protection, that if we were far enough from King's Landing, the Greens could not touch us, that my father would recover. He had always recovered before, hadn't he? Or if he did not, the succession would proceed as he had decreed, as the lords had sworn, as honor demanded. I told myself the story I required to hear. Demon came with me. Of course he did. My uncle? My husband? The fire I chose when the world offered me nothing but cold. I do not know how to explain Demon to anyone who has not loved someone dangerous. He is not cruel to me. He has never been cruel to me. Not in the way that matters, not in the way that leaves marks. But he is capable of cruelty, and sometimes I need that knowledge, and sometimes it terrifies me. He is the dragon to my dragon, the same blood, the same fire, the same refusal to be diminished by a world that wants us to be smaller than we are. When the court whispered that I was unfit, Demon reminded me that I was a Targaryen. When I wanted to withdraw further, to flee across the narrow sea, to disappear into the free cities, and let Westeros tear itself apart without me, Demon gave me the will to stay. He is not gentle. He has never been gentle. But he is mine, and I am his, and that bond has survived everything the world has thrown at it. Our wedding was here, on this island, the Valyrian rites. Blood and fire and words in the old tongue that no one speaks anymore except in ceremony. He cut my lip with a dragonglass blade. I cut his. We mingled our blood in a cup, dark drops spreading through wine like ink through water, and we drank from it together. The dragon keepers chanted the old words, the ones that have been spoken at Targaryen weddings since before the Doom. The fire in the brazier burned gold and green, fed with oils brought from across the sea. And when it was done, when the chanting stopped and the blood was dry on our lips, I felt something I had not felt since Harwin died. I felt that I was not alone. Aegon was born a year later, then Viserys. 2 more boys, 2 more reasons to fight, 2 more names added to the list of people the throne could take from me. I named the younger one for my father. I thought it would please him. I thought there was still time for him to recover, time for us to reconcile, time for him to meet the grandson who carried his name. I thought love and distance could coexist. I thought I could protect my family by hiding them and honor my father by loving him from afar. There was not time. I went back to King's Landing when I heard how ill he had become. The man I found in the royal chambers was barely my father. His face was a ruin, half of it gone, the skin pulled tight over bone, the remaining eye clouded and unfocused. His body had betrayed him piece by piece over the years. Fingers, then an arm, then his ability to walk, then his ability to eat, then his ability to speak without pain. The Iron Throne had done this. The 1,000 swords of Aegon's enemies, forged into a seat of power. They cut the unworthy. My father was not unworthy, but he was a man, and the throne was not made for men. It was made for legends, and legends do not bleed. His last walk to the throne was the bravest thing I have ever witnessed. He dragged himself from his deathbed. He crossed the throne room on feet that could barely support his weight, leaning on a cane, on guards, on sheer will. Half his face was covered. The crown was too heavy for his thinned neck, and he sat the Iron Throne with help, with the whole court watching, with his crown nearly slipping, and he declared, in a voice that was more breath than sound, that I was his heir, that my son Luke was the rightful heir to Driftmark, that the succession was settled and would remain settled as long as he drew breath. He did it for me. He knew he was dying. That walk took everything he had left, and he spent it on me. I did not know it was the last time I would see him. I returned to Dragonstone believing I had done enough. I had seen my father. I had heard him defend my claim. The succession was secure. The Greens could mutter and scheme, but the law was on my side, and my father's word was the law. I settled back into the quiet life I had built here. Demon, the children, the dragons, the daily routines that made existence feel normal, even when it was not. The raven arrived 3 weeks later. My father was dead. Aegon was crowned before his body was cold. The sanctuary had been a lie I told myself. The distance was not protection, it was absence. While I had been hiding on Dragonstone, raising my children, and tending my private griefs, the Greens had been preparing. They controlled the small council. They controlled the city watch. They controlled the treasury, the Red Keep, the information that flowed out of King's Landing. They had everything I had surrendered when I chose to believe that retreat was identical to safety. The wind howls across the Causeway, a long, low sound that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Below me, the sea batters the volcanic rock, the same rock it has been battering for 10,000 years, wearing it down, grain by grain. The spray reaches me even here, cold salt on my face, on my lips. I stand in the middle of the bridge, halfway between one tower and the other, and I let the cold cut through me. I let it remind me that I am still alive, that the cold can still reach me, that my skin still feels, that my heart still beats beneath the grief. I will not make that error again. I cannot afford to. The next time I leave Dragonstone, I will leave as a queen at war, not a woman seeking sanctuary. There are no sanctuaries anymore. Not here, not anywhere. There are only battlefields, and the people you love standing on them, and the choice to fight or to lose them. I think about what Demon would say if he were walking beside me now. He would not offer comfort. Comfort is not his language. He would offer fire. He would remind me that our enemies have given us every reason to strike, that restraint has cost us more than aggression ever could, that the time for words is over. And part of me agrees with him. Part of me wants to unleash every dragon we have, to burn the Red Keep to ash, to end this conflict in a single night of fire and fury. The dragon's part of me, I suppose. The Targaryen inheritance that runs hotter in my blood than it does in most. But I am not only a dragon. I am a queen. A queen must think beyond the fire, beyond the immediate satisfaction of revenge, beyond the catharsis of destruction. If I burn King's Landing, I rule over ashes. If I kill Alicent's children, I become the monster the Greens have always claimed I am. If I let demons' fire consume me, I lose the part of myself that my father trusted, the part that can rule, not just conquer. This is the hardest balance, not between grief and action. That balance, I have found, resolves itself. The grief fuels the action, but the balance between fire and restraint, between the dragon and the queen, that is a battle I fight every day, and I do not know if I am winning it. I only know that I am still fighting. The wind is beginning to ease. The sky is still dark, but the quality of the darkness is changing, less absolute, more expectant. The dawn is coming. I can feel it in my bones the way I feel Syrax in the caves below. Not yet, but soon. I leave the causeway and climb toward the Sea Dragon Tower. The chamber of the painted table awaits. And so does the hardest memory of all. Chapter 5. The chamber of the painted table is the heart of Dragonstone. It is a vast room, circular with high windows that look east toward the narrow sea and west toward the continent that was supposed to be mine. The table itself fills the center of the room, a single slab of ancient wood carved into the shape of the entire realm. Every river, every mountain range, every forest and city and castle. The detail is extraordinary. You can trace the course of the trident with your finger. You can find the wall at the northern edge, a raised ridge of pale stone. You can see King's Landing on the shore of Blackwater Bay, a tiny castle, a cluster of towers, barely larger than a thumbnail. Aegon the Conqueror planned his invasion at this table. He stood where I am standing now, looking at a map of a land he meant to take, and he knew that dragons would make it possible. Balerion, the Black Dread, Vhagar, Meraxes. 3 dragons and 3 riders, and they bent a continent to their will. Tonight the table is lit by candles, dozens of them, set in iron holders around the room's perimeter, their light dancing on the dark wood. The effect is unsettling. The map seems to move, the carved mountains and rivers shifting in the uncertain light. It looks alive. It looks like a land waiting to be claimed. I run my fingers over the coastline. Here is King's Landing, the tiny castle I was supposed to inherit. Here is Dragonstone, a chip of obsidian set into the narrow sea. Here is Storm's End, the ancient fortress of the Baratheons, built to withstand the fury of Shipbreaker Bay. Here is Storm's End, where my son died. I cannot touch that part of the map without my hand trembling. This is the room where I learned that my father was dead. A raven, not a rider. Parchment, not a voice. I was standing near the door. I remember exactly where. The stone cold beneath my feet. When the Maester brought the message. The king is dead, it said. And then, beneath it, in a different hand, as if added hastily, long live the king. Aegon, second of his name. Not me. They meant Aegon, my half-brother, Alicent's son, boy who had never been named heir, never been trained to rule, never been prepared for anything except being a spare. And the greens had crowned him before my father's body had cooled. The shock of it was physical. I felt the words enter my body like a blow. I felt them travel through my blood and find the child I was carrying, Visenya, the daughter I had already named, the daughter whose face I had imagined, whose life I had planned, who would have been the first girl born to me since I was a girl myself. The shock struck her, and my body, which had carried 4 sons safely into the world, which had done its duty time and again, without failing me, could not carry her through this. I will not describe the birth. Some things are too private, too raw, to be shared even in the dark with a single listener. I will say only that she was perfect, small, perfectly formed, with the silver hair of our bloodline and the stillness of the dead. I held her for as long as they would allow me. Her skin was cool. Her eyes were closed. She looked peaceful, and I hated the peace because it was not peace. It was absence. It was theft. It was another thing the throne had taken before it gave me anything. Her name was Visenya, after the first Targaryen warrior queen, after the sister wife of Aegon the Conqueror, the woman who helped forge the 7 kingdoms with fire and blood and will. I gave my daughter a name that meant power and legacy, and she never drew a single breath. She never opened her eyes. She never knew that she was loved, that she was wanted, that her mother would have burned the world to keep her safe. They crowned me in this room, not in the great sept of Baelor, not in the throne room of the Red Keep, with the lords of the realm bowing and the high septon speaking the sacred words, not with crowds cheering and banners flying. They crowned me here, on Dragonstone, with the Black Council gathered around the painted table, and the only crown that signified was the one my father had worn. Sir Eric Cargyle brought it to me. He had escaped King's Landing carrying my father's crown, the simple band of Valyrian steel set with square-cut rubies that Viserys had worn for more than 20 years. On the causeway at Dragonstone, he knelt, named me his queen, and offered the crown as proof that at least one sworn sword still remembered the succession my father had proclaimed. Sir Stefan Darklyn and the other loyal men around me kept their own oaths. But it was Eric who carried that dangerous piece of my father's reign across the water and placed it within my reach. Chapter 5. Demon placed it on my head. His hands were steady. His face was carved from the same stone as this room. But when the crown settled, heavier than I expected, heavier than it looked, and the council knelt and someone said, "Your Grace," for the first time, I saw something move behind his eyes. Pride, perhaps. Grief, certainly. Fury, always. He had watched his brother name me heir in the Red Keep. He knew the realm's lords had sworn their oaths beneath the Iron Throne. And he had watched Viserys defend my line again during the Driftmark succession. Now he was watching powerful men break those promises, and he was placing the crown on my head with his own hands, as if to say, "I will not permit them to take this from you." I was a queen. I was also a woman who had lost a father, a daughter, and a throne in the space of a single week. The two things did not cancel each other out. They coexisted, uneasily, like two wounded animals sharing a cage. I tried to avoid war. This is the part the histories will not record. They will say that Rhaenyra gathered her dragons and marched. They will say that ambition drove her, or vengeance, or the madness that the small folk attribute to all Targaryens. They will not say that I sent my sons as envoys because I wanted to build alliances without bloodshed. Jace went north, to the Eyrie, to Winterfell, to the lords who remembered their oaths. Luke went to Storm's End. He was the younger son, the less important errand. It was supposed to be safe. Lord Boros Baratheon was no friend to the Greens. His father had supported my claim, and I believed the son would honor that legacy. I sent Luke with a message, not a threat. I sent him because I trusted that even my enemies would not harm a boy flying under a banner of peace. Aemond was already there when Luke arrived. My half-brother, the boy whose eye Luke had taken years before, in a fight that started with a word, bastard, and ended with a knife and blood on the floor of the Driftmark Hall. That wound had shaped Aemond, and whatever anger he carried had not faded with time. At Storm's End, he saw Luke alone, unarmed, and protected only by the custom that should have kept an envoy safe. He demanded an eye in payment. Luke refused him and left, believing the storm outside was less dangerous than remaining in that hall. Vhagar is the largest dragon in the world, older than the Targaryen dynasty, and older than the doom of Valyria. Arrax was young, small enough to vanish against her shadow. No witness returned from the clouds above Shipbreaker Bay to tell me each movement of that pursuit. I know that Aemond followed my son into the storm on a war dragon, and that Luke never came home. I know the remains that were found, and the silence that followed. Aemond chose to terrorize him. That much is certain. Whether he intended murder from the first moment, or discovered too late that a dragon's fury cannot always be recalled, is something I may never know. Intention cannot return my child to me. A chase meant to frighten a boy still ended with that boy and his dragon broken over the sea. I was in this room when the news arrived. Demon told me. I remember the way he said it, quietly, carefully, as if the words themselves might shatter me. I remember the silence that followed. The Black Council was there. The candles were burning, the same candles that burn now, their light dancing on the painted table. And I stood at the edge of the map, and I looked at Storm's End, that tiny carved castle, that little ridge of stone, and I understood that my son was dead in the water, somewhere near it, and I would never see his face again. My Luke, my sweet, eager, too brave boy, the one who always tried so hard to keep up with Jace, who always wanted to prove he was worthy of the name Velaryon, worthy of his place in a family that the world insisted on questioning, the one who picked up a knife to defend his brother and took Aemon's eye in the chaos of that fight, and carried the weight of that act for the rest of his short life. The one I sent to Storm's End because I needed him to be a man, and he was still a child. And I sent him regardless. The throne took him. Aemond pursued him, and Vhagar killed him. But the throne built the path that placed them in that storm. It made Aemond into a weapon, and Luke into a target. My father named me his heir in the Red Keep when I was 14 years old, and still raw from my mother's death. The Lord swore before the Iron Throne to defend that inheritance. I have been paying for their broken oaths ever since, and the price has been counted in bodies. I stand at the painted table, and I look at the map of the realm I am supposed to rule. The war is opening now. The armies have not yet marched, but they will. but the door to peace has been closed, permanently, irrevocably, by dragon fire and a boy's body falling into the sea. And I am the queen who must now lead her people through the door to war. The candlelight makes shadows on the carved coastlines. I watch them move, the way the flames make the map seem alive, the way the shadows creep across the mountains and valleys of a realm I am supposed to rule. I do not weep. I have wept enough for my mother, for my friend, for my lover, for my father, for my daughter, for my son. What is left in me now is something colder than tears and harder than grief. It is resolve. It is the knowledge that I will carry this weight because no one else can. It is the understanding that the throne has taken almost everything from me. Almost. And I am still standing, and the sun will rise, and I will be here when it does. Chapter 6. The sky is changing. I have come to the high eastern window, the one that faces the sea. The stone beneath my hands is cold. It has been cold all night, and I have touched it in every room, in every corridor, as if the cold itself could anchor me to something real. The wind has gentled. The world is holding its breath, waiting for the light. The black water is turning gray. Near the horizon, where the sea meets the sky, there is a line of silver that was not there when I began this walk. The first light. It does not arrive all at once. It seeps. It spreads. It stains the darkness the way wine stains water. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, and then all at once. And then you cannot remember what the dark looked like. I have walked the whole night, along the shore where I measured what becoming air had cost me, through the corridor where I remembered a friend I lost, through the nursery where I held my sons and could not openly mourn their father, through the causeway where I understood that sanctuary was a lie, through the chamber where I was crowned and where I learned, one by one, of everything the throne had taken. The night is ending. I am still here. I try to name what has been lost, as if naming it will make it into something I can carry rather than something that carries me. My mother, Ima Aran, the first loss, the one that taught me the throne, was a hunger, not a seat. Alicent, the friend who became a rival, the girl beneath the weirwood tree, taken not in one moment, but slowly, by inches, by the children she bore, and the duty she could not escape. Harwin, the one love that asked for nothing in return, taken by fire and ambition and a brother's treachery. Rhaenyra, my ally, my partner in a necessary fiction, taken across the sea to a life I hope was gentler than this one. My father, Viserys, the king who named me and loved me and could not protect me, taken by time and illness and a throne made of swords. Visenya, my daughter, perfect and still, taken before she could take a single breath because the shock of betrayal reached through my body and found her. Luke, my son, my second-born, my brave, eager boy, taken by a dragon and a half-brother's hatred, and the simple, terrible fact that I sent him where danger was waiting. 7 names, 7 losses, and these are only the ones I can bear to speak aloud. There are others, the lords who swore to me and then swore to Aegon when it was safer, the servants who served me faithfully and were dismissed when I fled King's Landing, the small folk, the ordinary people of Westeros, the ones who have no say in which dragon sits the throne, who will die in the war that is coming. Their deaths will be my responsibility as much as Aegon's. I know this. War is a fire that burns whatever it touches, and no one who lights it can control where it spreads. The sky is silver now. The first true light is touching the water, turning the wave crests to mercury. Soon the sun will breach the horizon, a line of gold, then a crescent, then a full disk, and the night will be over, and I will still be standing here. I think about the prophecy my father told me. Aegon the Conqueror's dream. A winter that would end the world of men. A darkness from the north. A cold so deep it would freeze the blood in your veins. And a Targaryen who must sit the Iron Throne when it comes to unite the realm against the darkness. The Song of Ice and Fire, he called it. He told me because he believed I would be the one, because he thought the weight of that knowledge was a gift. And somewhere inside me, beneath the grief and the exhaustion and the cold resolve that has replaced my tears, I still believe it too. But I believe it differently than I once did. The throne is not a prize. It is not a promise made permanent. It is not my father's love transformed into something I can hold. It is a burden constructed from memory. Every life it has claimed. Every loss it has demanded. Every choice it has forced me to make. These are not the cost of the throne. These are the throne. The Iron Throne is not the 1,000 swords of Aegon's enemies. It is the weight of every person who has been sacrificed to keep a Targaryen sitting on it. I will carry that weight, not because I desire it, not because I still dream of being queen the way I dreamed as a girl, when the word meant love and trust and possibility. I will carry it because I am the one left to carry it, because Jace and Joff and Aegon and Viserys are still alive, still sleeping in the rooms below, and they deserve a mother who does not surrender. Because the prophecy, if it is genuine, requires someone to stand against the darkness when it comes. Because the alternative, to let the Greens rule unchallenged, to let Luke's death be meaningless, to let every sacrifice be wasted, is worse than the burden itself. The sun has found the horizon. The first ray of true gold breaks across the water. It catches the edge of the sea and turns it to light. The sky above is still dark, but the darkness is retreating, pulled back like a curtain, revealing pale blue and rose and the faint memory of stars. The sea is not black anymore. It is blue, deepening to green where the light strikes it, and the waves are tipped with gold, and the world is waking up. I am standing at a window in Dragonstone, and I am alive. I have paid more than I knew I owed. I will pay more before this is finished. I know this now, not as a fear, not as a premonition, but as a fact. The war will take more from me. It will take people I love. It will take pieces of myself I have not yet identified. It will take years and peace and the possibility of a life that is not defined by fighting. But it has not taken me. Every loss has carved something away, and every carving has left a shape that I have had to fill, with memory, with resolve, with the slow, patient work of turning grief into something that can be carried forward rather than left behind. The woman who began this walk on the Black Shore is not the woman who stands at this window, but she is the woman who survived long enough to become who I am now. I am Rhaenyra Targaryen, daughter of Viserys the Peaceful and Aemma of House Arryn, mother of Jacaerys and Lucerys and Joffrey and Aegon and Viserys and Visenya, rider of Syrax, the she-dragon who has been with me since I was a child, heir to the Iron Throne, named heir by my father, and crowned by those who kept their oaths when keeping them was dangerous. The throne is a burden now. The burden is grief. The grief is mine, to carry, to honor, to transform into the strength I will need for what comes next. I did not choose this. None of us choose what we are asked to carry. We only choose whether to carry it. I choose to carry it. The sun is fully risen now. The sky is gold and rose and pale blue. The colors of our house, I realize. The red three-headed dragon of our house against a field of black. But the black is gone now, replaced by light. The sea is alive with the morning. The fortress behind me is still dark within, but the high windows are catching the dawn, and soon the whole island will be bathed in it. Soon the servants will stir, and the guards will change shifts, and the war councils will convene, and the machinery of a contested succession will grind on, as it has ground on since the day my father died. Syrax stirs in the caves below. I feel her waking, a slow uncoiling of warmth, a stretching of vast wings in the darkness. She knows the night is over. She knows I am still here, still standing, still breathing. The bond between a dragon and her rider is not something I can explain to someone who has never felt it. It is not telepathy, not words, not thoughts. It is presence. It is the knowledge that there is another being in the world who is yours, and you are hers, and nothing, not distance, not time, not war, can break that connection. When I fly with Syrax, I am more myself than I am anywhere else. The sky is the only place where the weight of the crown does not press on my head. I will fly again, soon. Not today. Today is for war councils and strategy, for messages to allies and plans for the campaign ahead. But soon, I will climb onto Syrax's back, and we will rise above Dragonstone, above the black shore, and the causeway and the chamber of the painted table, and the world will fall away beneath us the way it did when I was a girl, and for a few moments, however brief, however illusory, I will be free. But I will come back. That is the difference now. When I was young, flight was escape. Now it is restoration, a way to gather strength before returning to the fight. Because there is a fight. There will always be a fight. The throne is not a destination. You reach and then rest. It is a burden you carry, and the carrying never ends. I think about my mother one last time. Emma Aaron. She died so that I could stand here. Not literally, not in some grand sacrificial sense, but in the way that every loss shapes the person who survives it. Her death taught me that the world is cruel and that love cannot save you from it. Her absence taught me that the people you need most will not always be there. And her memory, what little I have of it, blurred by years and grief, teaches me still that being a queen means carrying what cannot be fixed. She carried me. She carried my father's expectations. She carried pregnancy after pregnancy, each one a hope and a risk, until the last one killed her. She carried all of it, and she did not break. I will not break either. I turn from the window. The new day stretches ahead of me, full of war councils and strategy, grief and duty, dragons and fire. I will face it. I have no choice. And even if I did, I would choose this. Because I am still here. The dawn is here. The fire is here. The choice is mine. And I will not stop